good day, folks. I've been gone for I've been not streaming for a few days, I think since Monday. I don't believe I streamed Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Part of that is because, like I mentioned in the channels where I announced my stream, I had a lot of cleanup work to do. That was just sort of all over the place, miscellaneous stuff. It wouldn't have been a very cohesive stream, and being distracted by chat would have probably slowed me down a lot. So on the longer grind tasks, I like having chat around. It's good to get some other perspectives and you know, occasionally have my mind entertained by something else other than what I'm working on, but I can still work. So I'm kind of back to that today. The other reason why I didn't stream is because I had some heavy learning on Wednesday, where I have the pleasure of being able to utilize some new features that Wall of Justice implemented, and he did a great job giving me all the tools and information I needed to build new content that I am very excited about. Now, I don't know if everyone's going to be as excited about this as I am, but I think it's very exciting. And even this morning, there's still some new tech that I have that, that is going to be part of this new workflow that I've got, and I just haven't learned it yet, haven't implemented it yet, so I probably won't work on it on today's stream. Learning can be a terrible and sometimes frustrating process, riddled with mistakes. And I know that most people who tune in to watch a stream are looking to watch somebody do something that they're good at. So I would rather not be learning live with y'all. And sorry, I got a text and my watch wanted to show me. But anyway, let's turn off the music in the game. Not that you all could hear it anyway, but so anyway, I'd like to show you a brief sample of the work that I've been doing. It's in the Hall of Trials. So something that you may not know about the Hall of Trials is that I had very, very little opportunity to have other people play test it before we released it to the public. And while it was received fairly well by a gigantic portion of the community, I think it was harder than it needed to be sometimes, and it required a level of expertise that isn't necessary to communicate the basics of different mechanics. And as a result, I think people bounced off it sometimes where they didn't need to. And that is information that I got by watching people Twitch stream it. So I feel lucky that I had a chance to watch a lot of people play through the trials and understand where the pain points were, but also the things that I wasn't teaching in the trials. So it's been on my agenda for a long time to go ahead back through the trials and make some adjustments. But here, actually, why don't I pick up a controller? It'll probably be a little bit more fun to watch with a gamepad because the controls are much more visual than like mouse and keyboard. But anyway, as I was saying, so I wanted to go back and revise them just so that they're better tutorials. But the other thing is that our sign solution was pretty bad. Like, it would just show you like 3 lines of text or something, and then after like 5 seconds they would disappear. And so if you wanted to read it again, you had to like hit it again. And as a result, I think most people just started ignoring signs because they're a hassle. And like a lot of the pain points I saw with people in the trials is just they didn't want to bother reading the signs. And so I'm hoping that my new approach to making signs, and also our new technical solution for signs, will make them a lot more approachable by more people. So I'm going to take you through trial 1 and 2, which I've already completed. Wall of Justice built a great tool that helped me get through trial 2 pretty quickly without having to start from scratch on all the signs. And he's actually, oh, that's an interesting bug. It's fun to catch that on stream. Okay, apparently if you use D-pad left and right on this screen, it'll scroll left and right, which is hilarious. I don't think we have any menu in the game that scrolls left and right, so this is just like This is a fun little artifact. Anyway, Wall Justice did the first pass on Trial 1, and then I went back through it and then I did my pass. So it has the benefit of 2 of our effort, our elbow greases, greasing it up. So without further ado, I've been explaining myself for how many minutes now? Certainly plenty of minutes. So let's just get into the playtest. You can see what we're doing today, and then the rest of today will be me doing it for Trial 3. So, enter level. Okay, as you can see, first big difference is we start out in the Hollow Trials facing a sign, and you already have a tutorial prompt, which is a read sign. Press A to read the sign. So it's like, even if I've never touched a video game before, I still know what to do. So I'm gonna press A. Oh, hold on. Okay, forgive me. It's still in sort of a development environment. So I'm gonna type loading scripts. So every sign here is informed by a script that I've written. Not loading scripts, load scripts. That's what I get for talking while I type. Load scripts.json, and then I press A, and it gives me my control prompts. Tilt the left stick to walk around, right stick to look and turn, and press A to interact with objects in the world. Great, okay. So now I know how to move around and look. And of course, because I'm a player, I look around and I see light and go, oh, I'm attracted to light. I might stop and look out here and be like, oh, there's like something and another sign over there. There's a gate. I'm interested in that. So I'm gonna walk over, and then as I approach this sign, I see there's another sign on the left. I might choose to read one or the other first. I'll read the left one first. It says collect torches from the wall with A. Equip torches, light the way, but will burn out over time. So now we're already getting more information than we had before. What's up, Irafal? Thanks for tuning in. We're giving information to the player that torches burn out. That's not something that we described before. So I just close that, and now I know I can collect the torch. Okay, but I have a torch. What do I do with it? Access your character by pressing the menu button. Use the D-pad directionals to navigate the inventory, and press A to use items. Press the menu button again, or B to exit the menu. So check that out. Now I know how to use the torch. I press A, and wow, I got a torch. It's a Christmas miracle. All right. I see there's another sign over here. This lever operates the gate near the bed. We remember that gate. We saw that a moment ago. Point at levers and press A to toggle. Okay, so I'm pointing at the lever, and I hear the gate moving, and so I'm like, oh, I bet that gate's open now, and sure enough, it is. Okay, so we're gonna enter this room, and there's a new sign on the wall. It says view the character sheet with the menu button on the right. Tap right bumper twice and learn about stats like attack by navigating to them and holding A. So I'm gonna exercise that right now. Tap right bumper twice, and now I'm over here and I'm navigating, and I'm going down to attack, and I'm holding A, and look at that. Now I learn about attack. Oh, when I'm punching, I have 6 attack damage. It's a range of 4 to 8, and then we've got all this other stuff. Got strength bonuses. Okay, well, that's probably too much for me to consume, but I know that these stats will be useful eventually, so I'm happy the tutorial told me. Oh, look, I like torches still. Oh, and I got a sword. Okay, I'll pick up the sword, and there's a sign behind it. Equip the sword to increase your attack and slay enemies faster. So I've been introduced to attack as a stat now, which is something that we didn't really talk about before. In my original tutorial language, I kind of left it vague. It's like, you do more damage, but the game has these very clear stats laid out for players now. And I'm trying to call attention to them. So by talking about attack twice, I'm trying to encourage the player to take note of that attack stat. So I have 6 attack now. I equip this. Wow, I have 10. That's a big difference, right? So that matters. And maybe if I read this sign second, maybe I'll be motivated now to go over here and see that, oh, I'm getting plus 6 attack bonus from my weapon. That's a big deal, right? All right. So next sign. Quickly tap right trigger to attack. Hold right trigger until your weapon shakes for a critical strike. So one of the other things I saw that's common from players, sip of coffee, is that a lot of players would hold the attack button for a short amount of time before each attack. And so I'm trying to reinforce that there's no reason to hold down the attack button unless you're going for a critical strike. Of course, you might know that players might use that to just time their button presses. But I'm getting a bunch of messages on Discord, sorry. You might, hold the button to time your attacks, but it doesn't do any more damage or anything. And so I'm trying to reinforce to the player that quickly tapping the right attack button is usually the right strategy when you're not holding for a critical strike. So I've tried to make that language clearer. And that is unchanged, really. And now we've got a new sign for shields. Equip shields and gain AC, reducing damage taken. Hold left trigger to block, further increasing AC. So we're going to try that. And we see there's AC. Before and after, we have the shield on. 6 AC is a lot of AC, right? It's a big deal. All right. So then I'm moving on. I see this sign. You can't wield a shield and torch at the same time. Use your hotbar to switch quickly. Now at this point, players might experiment around with their, without their hotbar, without any further instructions. And so I've embedded this sign into the wall here, so if the player just bypasses that, that's not a big deal. I've tried to make it so that, usually, if there's something to pick up, the player's going to be drawn to it and they're going to want to pick it up before they do anything else. But this one's just like, around a corner. So I can read that, and it says, from the inventory, press RB to move grabbed items to the hotbar. With the inventory closed, hold the face buttons to access left bumper and right bumper hotbar slots. So now I have the controls. It says grabbed item, so I'm going to grab it, and then I'm going to press right bumper to move it to the hotbar, and then I'm going to drop it here because I want to be able to switch between torches and shields, right? And so now I'm good to go. And then I'm going to approach this sign, and it says blocking may reduce attack damage to 0. Hold left trigger to block as long as needed to delay death. So this is a bit of a warning. I have maybe seen players get killed by this, and I think that's okay. But this is where you get shot at and attacked for the first time in the game. Okay. And I've got this sign. It's changed a little bit. Enemies attack at a regular pace. Block until struck, then quickly attack and block again to avoid damage. So I've tried to be really, really explicit in the language here to make sure that players really, like saying stuff like block until struck is sort of describing the proper blocking strategy in Barony, which is there's no reason to hold up your block or drop your block anytime before an attack lands, right? It's like you want to, I'm really trying to encourage the player that like once you get hit, that's when you know that you can stop blocking. So one of the things I haven't been talking about is some of the content of these signs. You see that I'm highlighting this text with blue. And on some previous, here, let's go back. Okay. You can see that I'm highlighting text with teal here. And I've tried to make these colors very specific so that I only use teal highlights when I'm talking about controls, and I'm using blue highlights when I'm trying to emphasize words, so that if you're the type of person to just skim the sign, you're going to get the most important information, even if you just skim to the blue letters, is the idea. Okay. So, now this is the next big change to the tutorial. So you see there's a door on the left here. But there's a sign and another door. So I think most players will probably want to read the sign before they open the door. Or they'll open the door and they'll see there's a rat. And then they'll be like, oh, there's a rat. I'm going to read the sign. Observe the enemy attack pace through the door on your right. Proceed through the door on the left when ready. So I built this area because I feel like visually watching an enemy attack is probably going to be the best way for a player to kind of understand what I mean by enemies attack at a regular pace. Without that context of just seeing it happen, I don't think players are going to intuitively understand what the enemy attack rhythm means. And so I've set up this situation where you get to watch it happen before you were expected to participate in it. Now, another way we could do that is by having a video in the signs, and that's actually something that Wall of Justice has built, and I don't know how to use yet, and I would need to also I would need to capture video and format video that's appropriate for this. So without any of the video, I can still do this. Go down here. The skeleton is scripted to unfreeze as soon as I get close. And then because he's hiding in that door back there, the first thing he sees is the dummy bot, and then he just starts attacking it. So you can see that rhythm, you know. Oh, that's what it means by a regular pace. Okay. That should be more intuitive, hopefully. All right. And now I feel like I'm ready to fight a rat. Now, right now, the rat animation has not yet been updated, so I'm hoping that information will come in handy. You know, the thing I could do is I could make the player fight a weak skeleton in here instead. Since we just had the player view a skeleton attacking, it might be a little less confusing to fight a rat or fight a skeleton instead of a rat. But I wanted the player to fight something with a sword, and fighting a skeleton with a sword, I don't know. Maybe that is the right call too, because it'll be showing the player, hey, your sword was bad versus that skeleton, right? So, anyway, so let's proceed. I used to have 2 rats in here. I've cut it down to 1 because the 2 rats complicates what happens in combat, because both will rush you and they'll start attacking you at the same time. Your chance to practice your block rhythm is totally stolen by. Well, now you're dealing with having 2 attackers. Sometimes they friendly fire each other. Sometimes you're doing the block rhythm correctly, but then like the second rat is on a different rhythm, and so then you can't block it. And it's just it was a bad plan. Like it was just a bad implementation on my part. So reducing down to 1 rat is the right thing to do. If I was gonna do anything else, it would be to have it like there's a first rat here that you kill, and then a gate opens, and then you have a second rat to kill. Because the whole reason why I did 2 rats in the first place is because I wanted the player to have 2 chances to practice combat before the trial, or the test of the trial. But because of how the rats behaved, it sort of undermined that goal. So I'm gonna stick with 1 rat for now, and then the visible example of the skeleton from back here, and I'm hoping that will be enough. I'd love to watch players try this out and see if they agree. So then the next sign that I come across is this mace. Enemies are resistant or vulnerable to different weapon types. This can be decisive in victory or defeat. So I haven't talked about any of the images that you're seeing on the signs now. We see the icon of the mace, and then there's also this little screen grab of the skeleton warrior. So this is a nice tool that Wall of Justice implemented for me, that I can put images in these signs, and it's an arbitrary image, like whatever I want it to be, that's what I can put in. And so this is actually one image that's a picture of 2 things, the mace and the skeleton together, and I'm hoping that really cements to players, mace is strong versus skeleton. That's what I'm really trying to teach you here. So because I remember my lessons about the hotbar, I'm going to switch like that. And then, oh, I've got 2 new signs here. So this is just a little education corner, because there isn't a better place to communicate this information. Your understanding of attacks, blocking, and weapon types shall be tested. Each trial has a final test. So then this one just talks about weapon degradation. Equipment may degrade and eventually break. Weapons do less damage at lower quality. This is something that I never tell the player during the trials. It seemed like the right time to tell them in the melee trial. Weapon skills improve with weapon damage. Weapons also degrade less frequently with higher skill. So I don't describe in depth how to view skills, but the player knows how to go to their character sheet, and they probably see that button that says skills list. So if they feel like going and checking out their skills now and confirming the stuff that I just told them, looks like my D-pad control, this looks like a bug. My D-pad control is not properly being assigned to my... I wonder if it's because I started this game with the mouse and keyboard. But anyway, if they decide to go and look at their skills, they might see, you know, oh look, my Mesa skill is improving by 10% because of my 70 skill, and my degrade chance is lower, and all that stuff. So, all right. So then I pull this lever. Spoiler alert: if you've never played the trials before, I'm now going to go back to the secret in the melee trial. The secret is still there. Okay, so this is still here. I've added a pedestal here before they were just on the floor. Some gloves can increase your unarmed damage. Use unarmed attacks. To use unarmed attacks, unequip your weapon. And so that's a little bit of new information that I wasn't specific about. So now we have these gauntlets, and they're blessed, so I have more armor, and they also do more damage. So if you find these, the combat against the skeleton might be a little bit easier, especially because you're taking less damage. And one of the things I balanced this this trial so that if you don't know how to block an attack properly, you can't win it. That was just too much. Like, I don't care if players are perfect at the things that I've taught in during the trial. I care that they learn them, but the test was making sure that they have to really get it. Like, they have to perfectly understand it. And I just don't think that's necessary for the trials, as I've watched people fail through them sometimes. Like, if you die to this guy twice, you're sick of this trial. Like, you don't want to do it anymore. And so, like, if you know a little bit about how the combat works in the game, and from this trial, you should be able to win this. Of course, I'm really good at combat in this game, so it's no problem for me. But I also modified this room a little bit visually. It was a little bit of a mess before. And then our last sign: properly using attacks, weapon types, critical strikes, and blocking will help you survive the dungeon. That sign's pretty much unchanged except for the highlights. And then this one, same thing with the trapdoor description. All right, so I've run you through my changes of Trial 1. For those of you who are already familiar with it, I hope some of that is kind of exciting. Whatever the case, I'd appreciate any feedback. The next one I've done is the ranged trial. So this was probably one of the best trials already in terms of player pickup, in terms of the lessons learned. Players really understood this trial well. This is a little hidden sign. Falling into lava is a fast way to die, so that's cool. Equip the short bow and show your marksmanship. Hold right trigger to shoot. I've made this dummy take fewer shots to kill. There's nothing more educational or more fun about having to shoot twice that many times, and so I removed that problem. Quivers of ammo. This is basically unchanged except for the highlighting and the new sign in the image there. The distance an arrow can travel depends on the bow you use. The longbow can shoot far, but it is a slow weapon. So I highlighted can shoot far because I did notice sometimes players would equip the ammo but not the longbow. The other thing I've added is right on the door here. I've put an image of the longbow and the piercing ammo together to just reinforce this door only opens if you use these items. Piercing ammo bypasses defenses, dealing more damage to armored foes. So there we have it. No highlighted text or images here. This is just informational. Ammo can't be recovered, but thrown objects can. Some items can be used as thrown weapons. Use them to trigger enemies or use them to attack enemies or trigger floor traps. So that again is unchanged except for the rock on the sign and the highlighting. This guy still takes 3 rocks to kill. Something new is going to happen here. So I don't know, especially with the music on here. Let me pause this music real quick. One of the things I've added is that I'd like to be more consistent about giving the player some kind of feedback when a pressure plate has been triggered. Just due to how the game is designed in some ways, our pressure plates are invisible, and they probably will be invisible forever, except for where I've created a texture on the floor like this one. And but because a lot of them are invisible, I would like it if there was a consistent sound that pressure plates made when you activated them. And so in this case, what's going to happen is I'm going to throw the rock, and you're going to hear a little like sliding rock sound, like a pressure plate has been depressed. And then, you know, delayed by a second, then the mechanism of this door is going to operate. And so you'll hear that sound first, like a sliding rock, like the pressure plate's been activated, then the sounds of the door opening and the tutorial confirmation sound, like good job you did it sound. There you go. So I'm trying to make the action of triggering a pressure plate a little bit more visceral than it was, and like a little more feedback to the player. Ink, welcome to the stream, Ink. I came here to drink booze and smite cretins, and I'm all out of booze. So I lied about the booze. So which part did you lie about, Ink? Is it that you don't have any, or that you came to drink booze? All right. Both? Okay, perfect. Hold right trigger to charge a thrown attack. Charged throws fly further and deal more damage. So that one hasn't really changed. This sign... Oh, okay. Well, good for them. And this sign has the image of the chakram on it, and I'm hoping that the highlight text will make this test even clearer than it was. With a strong throw, chakrams bounce off walls, floor traps beyond these gates will open the way. So I think previously it might not have said... It may have just said chakrams bounce off walls. And even though that is always true, I've tried to emphasize here that, you know, that a charged throw is what you want to do to finish this puzzle. Really nice changes. Thank you, Ink. I appreciate that. So we'll have that same sound. There we go. Perfect. Walking forward is faster than backpedaling. Again, for the skimmer, you can do something faster. I want to read this. So hopefully that'll, you know, again, result in less people skipping the text. To keep your distance from enemies, you may need to turn and run. Press left bumper to perform a quick turn. So this is an example where our gamepad sign is different than our mouse and keyboard sign. So if I press right bumper now, you see that, you know, I do my quick turn. It's really cool. Love quick turning. But by default, mouse and keyboard players won't have a quick turn. So when I read the sign, it just says, to keep your distance from enemies, you may need to turn and run. So, you know, I don't need a quick turn prompt to know how to do that really well on a mouse. I could put like an icon of a mouse down here, but I don't think it's necessary. Chris made those jingles? Yeah, he did. All right, let's get our controller back on. All right, so this section's been fixed a little bit. For one, I've arranged the tables more smartly. But the sign says hunting ammo as a title, and then it says poisons and slows enemies. So before it just said hunting ammo, poisons, and slows enemies as a sentence. But I think having the title of the item and then the image followed by highlighted text to say what the ammo does is like really concise and effective. Like you're at a little shop and you're picking up your arrows. And then this, your ability to fight at range will now be tested to ensure you are prepared. So I think that generally the commonly accepted fastest strat for this is chakrams. But if you go to the secret, you'll get silver arrows, and you know their description is seen there. And these are actually quite effective. One of the other things I changed about this trial is I reduced the ghoul's health by about 40%. Because the battle took a long time, and a lot of times I'd see players almost get through it first try, and then like the last two ghouls would be like separated around one of the holes in the middle of the arena, and so they'd have no choice but to take a hit as they're running by, and then that would kill them. And so I think just shortening this fight just a bit, you know, I guess by 40%, is going to make it so more people finish this trial feeling successful, but it's still enough. There's still enough enemies that you still have to like understand how to fight. So Now, 3 silver arrows. Oh, that guy got away with like 1 hit point. Wow, everybody's getting away with 1 hit point. So I still have to kite, you know. But now I can just backpedal and shoot the whole time. If that's the only strategy I really understand. Using a combination of bows, ammo, and thrown weapons, adventurers can keep their distance from the dungeon's more dangerous threats. So I'm just sort of reinforcing the final lesson about range combat, and it's just like stay away from enemies and shoot at them. All right, so that's it. It might seem like not that much, but that's getting all those signs looking as good as they do is a non-trivial amount of work, and so that's why I'm going to be streaming doing that today. I'm very comfortable with the process of making these signs now, and so now I just need to go back through and do them again. Why don't I just want to play through the first trial again with mouse and keyboard to make sure that things are good. All right, we'll check all the signs. Here you can see the mouse and keyboard prompts. You may recall that if you were here during the beginning of the stream that we looked at this sign before and it had a bunch of gamepad prompts on it. So this is another case where the sign is different based on whether or not you're using a gamepad, which is part of what I have to script. We've got this how to leave a trial. We've got this 2 images, got the lever in the door there, thanks to the handy image tools I can use. Got our sword. Yep. Quickly tap the mouse button to attack. We got a shield. We got instructions on how to use the hot bar, which is, again, a different sign from what the gamepad tells you. Instead of telling you about like how to hold the face button in order to access the right bumper and left bumper slots, I teach you about the scroll mechanic using the mouse. Assign inventory items with the hotbar with blah, 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 blah. So like this. Hold space to block. Enemies attack at a regular place. Block until struck. That's all the same. This is all the same. We'll go look at this. Good job, skeleton. I'm pretty happy with how quickly that skeleton comes out. Most of the time. I've seen him delay a little bit in there sometimes. Alright. Yep, this is all the same. Back through here. I kind of wanted to change that so that you could go back through there, but alright, so there we have it. So I'm gonna go ahead and go into trial. What should I do first? The Holo Trials Hub or Trial 3? I feel like I should do Trial 3 first. It's gonna be more straightforward. Holo Trials Hub is its own sort of beast. This is Trial 3, right? But yeah, you can see these still have the old sign solution. Trial 3. All right. So the first thing we got to do, you can see we have, we have signs in here already. It's not like there's no signs, but to give me a good place to start, if in the game we have to use stones or track them to solve puzzles, I would find it very cool. Earfall, I agree. I actually added 2 stone throwing puzzles to the mines set. Maybe I could go back through and add more because I really like that stuff in my old school first-person dungeon crawlers. I really do. So, yeah, especially with chakrams, I'll keep that in mind because there's not. It's like this is fun stuff that's in the trials, and when it never shows up in the rest of the game, it's kind of a downer, right? So yeah, I'm excited that I've included 2 of those in the mines. I think they should be rare. I think if you see them a lot, it's going to get sort of tedious. So if you play, if you do 10 runs and you see that puzzle maybe once or twice, or those puzzles once or twice, then I think that's probably the right balance, because then it still feels like a puzzle, right? All right, so in order to preserve all the work we've done with these signs, I'm going to type in the command dump signs. And it says that we've dumped data scripts.json. And so now here's where we're going to stop looking at Barony in game. So we got, what's the other one? I want this, I believe. And so we're going to go to data scripts. And the game has shot out this generic scripts file that actually contains, if we open it with a text editor, it contains all of the signs from trial 3. So you can see, like, boulder traps are always accompanied by a hole in the ceiling. Make sure you have enough light to see clearly. That's like the second sign that you see in this trial. And the game has automatically spat it out for me and preserved all the text. So I don't have to manually go in and recreate every stinking sign to convert it to this new format. That said, I do have to effectively redo every sign and do a lot more complicated work to them. But this gives me a much faster place to start. I feel that when I advance in the game, I don't feel new to being on a new floor of the dungeon. I think these puzzles could help the game, and a cool thing could be they are puzzles that require allied cooperation. Yeah, there's a few things in game that are, like, a few rooms that are easier to advance through right now if you have more players. But I think for the most part, the game doesn't have enough puzzly stuff. So again, that's something I'm definitely going to keep in mind as I go through another level pass. Irafal, I don't know if you've been following me enough to know that I've added 200 more maps to the mines level generation, and I intend to do that for every tile set. And so I do have an opportunity to make more puzzles like that, and I am excited to do it. Raid and Destiny team need quote to pass. Yeah, I would be cautious about putting stuff in that would require co-op, but if you just had to have a follower, that's just as good. You could command the follower to do what your ally player would do. I think that's fine, requiring that to finish a room. So let's close this because we're going to move it. We're going to take this script and put it in tutorial 3, open that up, and then we're going to open this with the text editor. And now we have everything we need. So I'm actually going to also open one of my previous scripts so that I can copy some of the work that I've done before. So let's go to, like, tutorial 2, and actually tutorial 1 I believe has more of this kind of thing. And you can see all the new images I've made to go along with the new signs. So you might see me do some more of that today. Oh, I don't want to open in this. Keep clicking that. Edit with Notepad is what I want. So I have a second font highlight color here. What's up, Garvikin? Good to see you. So I'm going to copy this over to my next script. Huh. All right, so now we have two highlight colors. Oh, we need to make sure this one's colors are proper. Boom. And these text colors also need to be changed. So the text on the signs is not perfectly white. That's deliberate. Font outline color matches the darkest colors on the signs, which is deliberate. Then we've got the teal highlight and the blue highlight. All right. So let's try to go through this a little bit sequentially. On the left, you can see here's the trial level itself. This is actually a pretty good trial. Most people are able to pass this one without having to die if they're paying attention. And if they do die, usually it's in the very beginning and they die as intended, which is to fail to look at the boulder trap or fail to use the torch that they learned how to use in Trial 1 and and they just walk forward and then get smashed by a boulder, which is hilarious. We all love it. I've also seen players die here when they rush out to read this sign, and when they do that, then they get smashed by this boulder, which is hilarious. And then I've seen players die to this boulder. They throw this switch, read the sign, and while they're reading it, then they get smashed by this boulder. This is all how I wanted it to go. I'm very excited that that's how people die in this trial, because it's so early in the trial, people aren't upset about having to redo anything. They're like, oh my gosh, okay, next time I know not to do that. And each one, I'm giving the player a lesson. You died because you didn't have a torch. You died because you heard the boulder rolling and you just ran forward anyway. Or you died because you threw a lever and you did something else without even looking at what was going to happen because you threw the lever. So all three of those are very specific lessons, and if you die when you learn them, then I think it probably makes the death by stupidity is hilarious. Yeah, well, and at the very least, yeah, death by ignorance. Like, you didn't know the mechanic, you died, you don't want to die, and so you were kind of forced to learn how to deal with it. So I think that all works great. I think I'm going to go ahead and add another sound effect. What is this one? I think this is the sound, the tutorial, like you did the thing sound. But I think what I'm going to do... We got a boulder under there. Man, I want to play that, like, pressure plate activation sound, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. I'm going to go ahead and do it for this boulder trap, because boulders do take a quick second to fall. And so having that sound there, I think, will be a good thing. So let's go back to tutorial 2 real quick and see what sound I used. Sound 248. Okay, that's my trap trigger sound. Number 248. We'll go back to 3. We'll steal this sound. Make it 248 instead of 289. Volume will stay. There's no delay on this sound because it happens as soon as you trigger. And it's only going to play once. And it's going to play local to where you threw your rock. So that sound of the pressure plate is coming from where it should come from. All right, so now we've put a sound on the boulder trap tile. So as soon as you throw a rock on it or step on it, it'll make that like I activated a thing sound, which is the objective. When I play and I get to the sand dungeon, crystal dungeon, and the last map, they are very big, and sometimes I find it a little boring to have to explore, not find anything new. Be an enemy that needs strategy kill, or an item or a puzzle. Boulder... Manjo Dasperanu 3... I need to find a... I'm just going to call you Manjo. That's pretty funny. Yeah, dying to a boulder is great. Yeah, Irafel, I'm hopeful that, like, if I add 200 maps to every tile set, they should all feel new. And Sheridan added a couple swamp maps, actually, that have new enemy setups in them. And so I think we're already, like, we're trying to make it so there's more surprises. And in a game like this, it's really important that the surprises keep coming. All right, so I was talking through this tutorial and what I liked about it already. I think I'm going to make this sign more explicit. I just kind of... I've seen a lot of people get stuck here, and they'll, like, punch this ghoul and stuff instead of pushing the boulder. Because people just don't think to activate the boulder, and that's fair enough, because I've never told them that they can. So I'm going to change this sign to just make it explicit that you can push boulders. And I might even have a video of the player doing that. I'll worry about a video later. So that players never punch this ghoul to death, because it's long and boring, and it doesn't... it's just not... and it doesn't teach the lesson. Stubborn ghoul. I'm in a game design college, and Barony helps me think about my projects. That's cool, Aerofalt. So, I mean... The level design tools in Barony are so good, and Wall of Justice has read written such good guides on how to do our scripting and everything that, like, I think it'd be awesome if people like you used the Barony toolset to try stuff. Like show us the coolest thing you can make in the Barony level editor. I would love to play it. You know what I mean? So I honestly think that our level editor is underutilized. I think maybe Wicked Rendition is probably the biggest case of somebody really trying to use the level editor to its fullest. But other than that, there just isn't as many cool levels. As easy as this editor is to use, it's so easy to use. Even if you don't do any of the scripting or anything like that, you can make a great dungeon experience in Barony with the level editor, and just not enough people do it. You know what I mean? So if you love Barony and you want to get into game development, like, I would love to see more people do that stuff. So anyway, enough hassling about that. So, okay, and then the rest, and then all that's left here is the final test, right? And I think the test is fine. It's pretty claustrophobic, which is okay. Me over here who can never figure out the editor. Well, I mean, it's like, all I can say, Ink, is like, you see this big block of blue tiles up here? Like, it says, if you right-click on a tile or go to palette, you can pick any tile you want. Air is empty space, and I have all these walls here. I can just start carving out an area and be like, okay, now I made a completely explorable new space. Like, I'm in it right now. Like, this is the area I made. So I've already made something that I can explore and walk around in. And that's so much work in other level editors to just get it to this point where you can explore a level that you made. And, like, I just did it in 5 seconds, you know? So that's the thing that I think is really cool about our editors. It's really easy to use. And if you want to put doors in there, you get slightly more complicated. Like, okay, the sideways door is for east-west facing, and the up and down door is for north-south facing. Okay, that's another little lesson that's not that hard to learn. If you right-click on a sprite, you instantly copy it. Okay, so that makes like adding more stuff to the level a lot faster. And then, like, you could fill it with enemies. Boom, boom, boom. Now you've got corridors that you can fight through. And it's like, it took me no time to do that. No scripting skill. Just, like, the ability to pick something from a list and click, and it's there. It's just, we have such a cool editor. I would love to see more people use it. No, I mean, yeah, I mean, listen, Ink, if it's tough for you, I'm not trying to tell you that, it shouldn't be tough. I get it. Like, some things that are easy for other people are not easy for me, and that's like programming, for instance. I just get I get caught up. I can't, like, it's very difficult for me to think through problems in the way that other programmers do. I forgot to put my music back on. Make Doom E1 M1. Yeah, totally. That's great practice. What is locking magic for? It locks wooden doors. So if, like, you're being chased by a skeleton, you can lock the door and it'll buy you some time so he won't be able to open the door. You can also troll your friends with it. You could lock a chest with it so that you can put something in there and lock the chest so your friend has a hard time getting it out. There's some behaviors we would like to add to the lock spell, but right now it's not that useful. Primarily, I would like the lock spell to, like, stop a crossbow from working for an amount of time, like a debuff that means you can't fire crossbows. Or, if you fired it at a sentry bot, then it wouldn't be able to turn to look and shoot at you anymore. I think those would be great things to add to the lock spell. But, those are just features we would have to add. Okay, enough jibba jabba. We're going to start with this sign. Okay, here's what we got to do. In our log, Barony, log, we have a list of strings here. Tutorial sign strings. Let me remember. I've only done this other part of the process twice, and you only have to do it once ever, so I kind of forget. Okay, so you can see that these sign titles are already attached to... Alright, so we got a bit of busy work to start with. So I'm just gonna like put the string icon there. And then what I need to do here, let me explain what I need to do. Is a bug to be able to shoot through bars. Yeah, technically it is a bug. There's probably some ways we can fix it, but the problem is that the collision for doorways and bars only exists in a certain space. And projectiles fire fast enough that on one frame, the projectile will be ahead of the door, and the next frame, the projectile will be beyond the door. And so it never actually collides with the door itself. So it's not a big exploit that we're worried about. Like, every door has some gaps in it, and so players just kind of interpret it as like some fun cheese that they can shoot somebody like a sitting duck. And it's not that unrealistic, but it is cheese. Whatever. It's not a big enough bug that we're probably gonna fix it. Also, almost every weapon that you can do that with will degrade when you're shooting it, and so it's like, whatever. The player wants to do it, it's not that big a deal. Use it to get stronger, you know. Whatevs. Okay, so what this script output is telling me is that on coordinates 2622, that's where sign 13A needs to be. So I'm gonna go to 2622, and on the bottom left of the screen, you can see the coordinates in the editor. So where's 2622? Right here. This is the strength ring. Okay, and I'm gonna take all this text. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste this here, and I'm just gonna get rid of these. And now this sign has lost all of its unique content, and it knows instead to refer to a script. So that's what this is. And I just gotta do that with every sign in the level, and then I'll go into the next steps. I think the boss Baphomet is stronger than the twins. Is this on purpose? Yeah, more or less. I mean, it's the only boss that you get to choose to fight. He's stronger in that you're weaker when you're there, because you're not going to be as leveled up when you fight Baphomet as when you get to the end of the twins. If you really fight, like if you really level up the whole time when you're playing and get to the twins. So yeah, Baphomet's supposed to be crazy strong. He's a secret boss, you know. We were just daring to expand one of TW's official mods. Hey, go nuts, dude. I'm actually kind of curious what mod that is. What was I gonna say about this process? I know I was thinking that you only have to go through this process of naming these signs once. I had something else I was gonna say. 2 hints MB. I'm just gonna guess that's Morbius. It's Morbin time, cretin. All right. Well, I forgot what I was gonna say. Maybe I'll think about it in a minute here. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that if you see me do anything in the editor that you're like, oh, what was that he just did? Like, could you please explain that? Feel free to pipe up in the chat. I've kind of tried to explain everything I'm doing, but I'll get into a groove where I'm just gonna be working. And so, if you want to know how this stuff works, I want you to know so that you can be a better modder. So, hit me up. One of my skeletons is named Morpheus. That's silly. I like to kill all the shopkeepers that make me strong. Yeah, go nuts, dude. The next update, they'll be slightly less exploitable, so hopefully you'll have a harder time killing them. Mr. Pegwin, welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. I'm updating the Holo Trials today, Pegwin, and I will probably be doing that next week as well. One thing I'm sad about is when I play Insectoid, I can't kill other insectoids or insects in the sand dungeon. I don't do anything. Well, I mean, you can friendly fire them if you want to. Your call. Okay, so we've replaced every sign with this sort of new code name. So we're gonna get rid of this file. And now we can actually start going through one by one and updating them. So, but before we do that, we can actually just go ahead and save all this. And just see in game, see that the signs have been updated to the new format. So I'm gonna restart the trial. I'm gonna type load scripts, and then now, boom, deadly traps ahead. So we've already made a ton of progress because every sign is now updated. So this is our smallest font. If you were watching earlier, you may have noticed that the font that I want to use is actually much larger than this. That's because I want these tutorials to be so dumb simple, so easy to read. I don't want any guesswork. Like if you have to squint to read the text, then the tutorial's doing a bad job. So this is okay on my screen, but if you're on a handheld like the Steam Deck or the Switch, or if you're far away from the TV, this text is just too small. So I'm gonna make my life a lot harder by using a larger font, because that means I have to, I'm just gonna have to do more work, and that's okay. That's okay. More work makes the game better. Okay, so this, and I just, because I can. Okay, so So you can see that this one is already running off screen, even though it's using the tiny font. Traps are always accompanied by a hole in the ceiling. Make sure you have enough lights to see them. So we're already well into needing this to be better. Deadly traps ahead. So I like this. I like this sign. It doesn't tell you how to do anything. It just warns you, like, if you're watching out for traps, there's a torch right here. Remember what you've learned in the trials. Use your freaking torch. So I might make this a little bit more, this sign a little bit more dramatic. I saw you making a white mouse, and it looked like you were creating animations for mice. That's really cool. I like it when I see a special enemy, I see him, and I think he's going to be hard to kill. Hey, Raphael, yes, exactly. So we have a lot of named enemies in the game, like Funny Bones and Algernon, and they all look the same as their normal versions, except for maybe their equipment is different. So I've completed making every named character in the game look different, so you look at them and you know already that's going to be a harder enemy. So I'm glad you're excited about that. Okay, so one other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to replace the font. So we have Pixel Maz Multiline is the font that we're using. I want to use Pixel Mix instead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this Pixel Maz Multiline. I'm going to hit Control F to bring up the Find dialog. I'm going to go to Replace, and everywhere it says Pixel Maz Multiline, it's going to say Pixel Mix instead. So I'm going to click Replace All. Boom. And now every font, sign has the bigger, chunkier font, which is great. So we're going to look for Deadly Traps. Traps? What the heck? Oh, that's a sample script. Here we go. I did the wrong thing. This is funny. Okay. I was in the wrong file. All right. There we go. Now we have big, chunky font. The silly sample script. Okay, so we're gonna go to Deadly Trap. We're gonna look for that. Deadly Trap's ahead. That's the sign we're working on. I'm gonna do a little something here. Dude, where did I put that? Where did I put that font color? Font highlight. Oh, okay, modify your... Okay, I put this in the wrong spot. Silly me. Okay. So, I've got two highlight colors I can use across any sign. But I can also override the font color on a sign. So, if I... these values right here, these are the teal indicator highlights. And so if I just do font highlights, standard font highlights, it'll be teal. And then if I do secondary font highlights, this is the blue text. But if I don't want to use green or blue, if I want to use another color, I can override them using the script. So I'm going to find Deadly Traps. And I'm going to go into this font value here. You see this line defines what the font is. And just after that, I'm going to put in that it's going to have a font color. We'll go ahead and indent this. And I'm going to call this color just like really bright red. And so I can, without doing anything else, I can update my scripts. Now it's using the larger font that I just did in the script here. And then now all I have to do is define the word highlights, because we've changed the font highlight color above. I can add new entries here and say that I want, actually here's what I want. I want a second line. So instead of Deadly Traps ahead, we're gonna say, I'm gonna say something like caution. is going to be the first line. And then the second line is deadly traps ahead. And so in the first line, I want the first word to be highlighted with red. And I'll go back in the game. Caution. Deadly traps ahead. All right, perfect. I mean, that's exactly what I was hoping it would look like. Let's give it a little bit of buffer space here. If I just add another line like this, then that'll add a line of space. Boom. That's pretty good. I think I haven't done this in any other sign yet, but I'm going to try something to push the whole thing upward on the sign, because I think it looks a little silly as it is now. Let's try this. Yeah, now it's a little bit more centered like you would expect on a caution sign like this. All right, this is already a much cooler sign than I had before, right? World's best sign. Another hint for what mod I'm expanding. Come to me, then mortal. I'll use your corpse as my decoration. I'm sitting here, ink, like trying to figure out. Oh, but you said it's an official turning wheel mod. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm lost. When I play another race without being human, I can't customize my character. Oh, Rafa, are you talking about their appearances? I mean, it's true that monster races only have one appearance for males and one appearance for females. I'll use your corpse as my decoration. I don't feel like that's in any of our mods, our official mods. But, you know, I don't know. You added that in. I see. Correcting my penultimate line. I'm looking forward to seeing Thumpus. Oh, yeah, yeah. Thumpus looks hilarious now. He's wearing gnome clothing. Okay. So we fixed this sign. This is a nice new sign. Very quick one to do. I see. Okay. All right. Now we need to fix this sign. Okay, so all I've done with this sign so far is change the spacing of the lines so that hopefully they'll all fit. So now I'm just going to test that out before I do any more labor. Because putting things on the lines really determines the layout for the whole sign and where things are going to get highlighted in the JSON. And so I need to make sure this is good first before I bother with anything else. I think I'm also going to include an image for this one, so I'm going to go ahead and start launching my image editor. Okay, this spacing is actually near perfect. I usually don't nail it on the first try, but I think I did this time. I'm gonna go ahead and include an image of a boulder hole. Punisher is a good class. I want to know more about the class. Just know how to play as him? Is that an answer, Ink? If you know more about the class, if you know how to play as him, you'll know more about the class. So the Punisher is he's a melee class, but that may be very confusing when you first start playing him because he dies very quickly. He's a lot more like the ninja than the warrior, because you really have to get the advantage. But instead of using just stealth and attacking, the Punisher also uses magic in order to defeat enemies. So So this is a bad. Here, let me get rid of the sword. I think this image is a bit too small to understand what's going on. I mean, my goal was to have the boulder, the torch, and the hole all visible in the same small image, which is, I know, a lot to ask. So I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. We'll see how it looks. What's the worst that can happen, you know? Okay, we're gonna lower the gamma. Make it higher contrast. When I played with a friend, we wanted to go to the gnomes. The stone sometimes locked away, separating me from my friend. The gnomes? Why would there be a stone in the way of the gnomes? Like a boulder trap went off and blocked the door after you went in? Or are you thinking of the swamp one? I mean, one of the things we could do there is that we could like put in a failsafe teleporter where like you can escape. If you get trapped in by the boulders and you decide you don't want to go through, you could get teleported or something out. I know, I've run into that as well, by the way. And in a way, we're just like, yep, that can happen. Like, don't do that. That's actually quite a bit better. Let me see if I can make this a little sharper. Oh, darn it. That's weird. I keep applying this sharp filter and it's not really applying the way that it said it would. Okay, I just had to overdo it, and then when it processed it, it's a little less. Okay, well, that's interesting. So by really upping the contrast, I think that kind of is readable as a torch, boulder, and hole. So I'm gonna try that in there. What's the worst that could happen, right? Tutorial 3, sign, boulder. Let's call the sign hole. Save. Okay, now for the first time on stream, what I'm doing is I'm adding an image to the sign. So this bracket, what it does is it's like inside these brackets are the contents of where the game is going to look for images. So I make space here, and then I paste like what the content of that image is going to be. Okay, so now we're gonna do tutorial 3, sign hole, and I'm standardizing the 74 by 74 pixel size, which is great. And then now it should show up. Oh, nope, I did one thing wrong. So I defined an image, but I didn't define where it is gonna appear. So it's gonna appear right here using this $sign. Boom. Boulder traps are always accompanied by a hole in the ceiling. Make sure you have enough light to see them clearly. So even just with that one little image, you can see a torch with a hole and a boulder in the background. It looks kind of like a pixel art drawing thanks to the contrast filter I used, which is great. I think it looks awesome. Now I'm gonna highlight the text. The song that's playing right now? I don't think so. I mean, this is from Stream Beats, so it should be good. Or did I sing something? I don't think so. I'll check. The only copyright claim that I've gotten since doing Stream Beats is when I rickrolled people to test if the application audio output capture was working properly. Okay, so I'm running into a small issue here where my font coloring, my highlighting isn't working properly. And so I'm kind of troubleshooting that. Okay, I tried to do these highlights without overriding manually, and it didn't work, and I'm not sure why, because I'm pretty sure that Wall had updated that in a build from just like 2 hours ago, but that's okay. I can keep working with this. Boulder traps are always accompanied by a hole in the ceiling. Make sure you have enough light to see them clearly. So that's the sign I want. So I'll get rid of some crap and I'll be good to move on. One last hint, one of the twins will be dressed up as the toy taker for my expansion. Oh, that sounds like maybe the Christmas mod? I don't know what the toy taker is, but it sounds like a Christmas villain. So, I'm gonna look at your previous hints. MB. Yeah, I don't understand all the hints, but the only thing, the only official turning wheel mods I can think of that might go all the way to Morpheus, or sorry, not Morpheus, but Orpheus, would be the Christmas mod or the Halloween mod. Toy takers. Oh, okay. Okay. That's funny. He said Toy Taker is from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Deer. It's fun. I don't really remember that, but it's been like years and years since I've seen that. So, okay, we've gotten 2 signs done, which is not super impressive, but it's something. This one should be easy. Turning wheel. Nice job crunching on these signs. Just how it looks tedious. Hey, thanks, Sheridan. You know, it's not so bad. I mean, it's definitely, you know, can be a bit of a... It's very, you know, it's very detailed work compared to what I usually do, I would say, when it comes to, like, setup stuff. But yeah, I'm having a good time, dude. Caution. It gives me a lot more power to communicate things to the player, and it's a lot of fun to put together. I'm gonna do some highlighting on this sign now. Hey, thanks for saying so. I really appreciate that, dude. Well, for some reason my highlight isn't working, and I'm not detecting any code errors using this handy tool I have that detects code errors. Like it looks like I'm applying everything to the right spots. I mean, I guess one of the things I can try is just making a highlight color 2 active, and then, oh, I see the problem is I put the quotes inside. Gosh dang it. See, this is one of the reasons I'm not a programmer. Okay, let's try this. All right. Goodness sakes. Syntax matters? Ugh. I'm gonna get rid of the thunderous sound and here highlights because it's kind of redundant to the previous blue skim text. So I'm gonna just start calling it skim text to help remind me that that's what it's for. Always hear Boulder, take care. That's good skim. removing them from... Oh yeah, you're noticing the cutoff. So what I've just done here, you might have noticed, is that I went ahead and made a fairly generic version of this sign. And then I duplicated it and then added another script name called underscore gamepad. So we have tutorial 3E, that's the name of this sign. And then we have underscore gamepad. And so now this top one will show with mouse and keyboard only, and this bottom one will show when you have a gamepad instead. And the reason why that's important is because the player has to hold shift plus right click to drop things from their inventory on a mouse and keyboard, but on a gamepad you just press the Y button. And so those have to be two different signs in order for the glyphs to be different. And I've already made menu alt 2 is the name of the control assignment for gamepads. And I'm gonna have to look at some of my resources here that Wall of Justice has provided me to get to remind myself of what the shift controls are for mouse and keyboard. I can't just write shift in there, probably, because thanks to like rebinding, all of our controls have like a code name that when I invoke it, it'll show whatever control you've assigned to it, which is pretty freaking great, if I do say so myself. And I do. So, thanks to Slack. Slack has a feature called saved items, and so I've saved the instructional post that Wall of Justice made for me so that I can refer to this stuff as needed. It's possible that the shift is not rebindable, and so I actually may need to just call the shift image instead of an icon. So right button, stick right. Okay. I think I've just confirmed that shift is not one of our rebindable controls, and so I'm just going to have to bake that image into the sign, which is no problem. I know how to do that. A demon's reference to Silent Night, Deadly Night. Thank you for that, Amy. Alright, what I'm doing now is I'm opening up this shift glyph, so that I can see how big the image is. Since I'm invoking it as an image instead of a glyph, I have to define its boundaries, and so I'm going to do that. I'm going to learn that by opening the file and looking at properties, document properties. Oversized document, 58 by 26. Okay, I can deal with that. 5826, and I'm gonna go to this here. So I'm just gonna really quick use this as a scratch area. because I don't remember all of the text for this. I'm gonna go find an image. Here we go. Okay. All right. Oh, ink. You don't have to be self-conscious about anything. I mean, there's definitely a boundary when it comes to, like, sharing extremely personal information that it might be appropriate not to say on stream. But, like, what's Sheridan gonna do to you, ink? You don't have to be scared of anybody. Okay, the good news is that we got the shift to show up. We can see that it's a little bit too long. I'm gonna move, and it's interacting with that plus sign in a way that I don't want it to, so I'm gonna move the and up and the quickly down, because I also need another glyph in there. So and quickly. And the second glyph is going to be the right click, I believe. Okay, so that's successful. We did the shift right click, highlight the item and press shift. I might change highlight to hover over. Yeah, I think I like to highlight better. Instead of an item, I'm going to say drop it. You know, I may actually want to move this information here. Because the thing is I've seen people drop the item and then pick it back up and then get spiked, and there's not enough... and then, yeah. I feel like I want this. I want to have another one on this sign that says, some traps can be. Some traps reset. Trying to think of a way to improve this, because I've watched multiple people throw the stone down, and then the only traps that we've shown them so far are the boulder traps, and those do not reset. So I feel like this should be like some traps reset after some traps reset if something falls onto them again. Maybe I could put this prompt over in the previous one and say, yeah, I think I'll do that. Because that other sign is not very informative already. It is how they learn. I think the only reason, like, I definitely felt that way about the boulder traps, where if somebody dies to those, I felt like that's a good learning experience. The thing about this one is that just, like, it's kind of confusing what happened, because people will be, like, walking onto it while they pick it up, and it's not obvious to them that, that the reason why it triggered again is because they picked up the item. You know what I mean? So even after dying, they still may not understand why they died. So I'd rather them discover that, make that mistake with good information, rather than, like, have a chance that they don't know why it happened. You know what I mean? I don't know how I feel about this. Because that other sign teaches that all you have to do is remove an item from your inventory and then it'll drop. So this one should maybe just say to drop items. In front of you, just remove them from your inventory or something. Trying to think of an elegant way to describe this. I want to say something like and this is on the other sign. Some traps will rearm. If deactivated, or gosh, I need the language to be very to be a good like a summary that's always true. I don't think I'm describing at all in any other place how to drop an item out of your inventory. And so, I mean, it seems like a very trivial thing, but okay. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put the drop prompt here. I might have to do the drop a lot of items quickly one in maybe the cursed items tutorial, because in that one you drop stuff because it's cursed or rotten, and so I don't have to describe the shift click here. I should do the normal drop though, like the Y button. So I'm just gonna do. I'm not gonna do an image. I'm gonna do the mouse. else. And then I have to make a gamepad version, so... Maybe this is one of those that I can make a video later, and it'll be a lot clearer. I don't want to like over-index on these videos, but I might as well make use of them if it would help me. I feel like highlighting got broken because I'm highlighting stuff here and it's just not showing up. I don't know what's going on. Like, the only time I've been able to get them to show up is if I'm manually defining the highlight color in the text, and they should be pulling from this up here, these default attributes, and they don't seem to be. It's not the end of the world. It's just like it's going to be a lot of cruft in the script. So just going to make it harder to read and understand if I have to come back through later, which is like, what are you going to do, I guess? Okay. That didn't even work. Okay, that worked. I was just looking at the wrong sign. I'm going to test it on the gamepad. Okay, that's good. And that way then I can use the spike sign to talk about re-triggering. I can make this a lot more concise. Leave an item on the trap to ensure it does not rearm. That's a nice, concise... I don't need to say some traps rearm. That's implied. So leave an item on the trap to ensure it does not rearm. I think I might leave an image of the rock sitting on the spike trap here. I don't understand why highlighting is broken. I'm not excited about it. I'm gonna try to fix it. Ever see Austin Powers? Yes, I have seen Austin Powers. It's been a long time though, and I've been told that it doesn't hold up. But sometimes I like things better when they don't hold up, so I'm tempted to go rewatch it. Yeah, I can't figure out why the highlighting is broke. I mean, I went through the other tutorials and they weren't broke, so I'm I'm tempted to, you know, cast blame on the work that I've done here, but like I'm literally copy pasting from other scripts that work, and it's not working. So if I go to leave an item. Well, for one thing, I don't need a gamepad specific for this anymore because I'm not mentioning any controls here, so I don't know if that'll help. Leave an item on certain traps to ensure they do not rearm. I mean, I'm not changing any of the font color or anything in this. I'm just calling the highlights. Oh, but this is number 2. This is the one that's never worked. Okay, so, alright, I'm fine. I don't think I wasted too much time on that. I wasted just enough time. I wasted the correct amount of time. Really tempted to use Harry Potter music since it's perfect for Mary Barony. Yeah, a Harry Potter mod would be cool, I'm sure. Okay, as complicated as it was to find the correct solution for this trap, I believe, or for this sign, this 2-sign situation, I think this is actually the clearest and most informative way I could have done it. So over here, you get instructions on how to drop items. And then over here, you're not even told to drop an item because you just covered that here. And so if you die here, you'll be like, oh, I just freaking read that. I'm so stupid. And that's what I want. If you're going to die here, that's how I want you to die. We should remember how to drop an item. And then this tells us to leave an item. It's funny because you can't really read the sign because the rock is in the way. But you shouldn't have to read it. You probably already read it before you drop the rock. I don't know. I need to see some people play test that to see how bad that is, because having the pickup item in the way of the sign is a bit of a problem. Benner, you will fix floor objects getting in the way of wall objects. That's awesome. That'd be great. Thank you, Sheridan. Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, Sheridan, the Hall of Trials is sort of the worst case scenario because often I will have an item on a pedestal right in front of the sign. And normally the right thing to do is to, I mean, it's a great flow for the player to pick up the item and then read the sign that's behind the item. And if the sign always takes priority, then that means you can't even pick up the item if you want to. And so I would have to like go back through the levels and make sure that like there's never an item in front of a sign if I wanted to do it that way. So anyway, it's just something that, I don't know. Whatever the fix is, I just want to keep that in mind. I'm going to put an image here. If you look down, the item should get your focus. I agree. Yeah, where you're pointing makes a lot of sense to me. I think right now it just uses distance, and then there's some general directional pointing, but I don't think it uses up and down pointing. And that would be smart. Smarter. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and make an image of this, of a rock on the ground here. I must say, it's moments like these that make me happy that I'm comfortable using art tools like this. So that I can be really independent in setting up these tutorials and their signs, and I don't have to like ask for somebody and wait a day or two or a week to get the asset I need, and then I can test it myself. It's just it's very convenient to be able to. I mean, this is the way I like to work. I like to get stuff done, and I think that Sheridan's the same way. I'll talk about him since I'm pretty sure he's still here. That he likes having all the skills he needs to get something done without relying on anyone else. It's one of the great things about working on a small team is you can get the satisfaction of doing and actually finishing things on your own. Love it. All right, and there we have it. It's leaving a rock on the spike trap. Just leave it, bro. Leave that rock there. All right. Next sign. Next sign's a simple one. Things have unintended consequences. That's fine. Should I make a Half-Life reference? Half-Life unintended consequences. Is there? I mean, I don't know if I can. Oh, unforeseen consequences. I'm gonna change the wording so it's unforeseen consequences. Little nod to Half-Life. Would it be fine if not necessarily Christmas music was used, but snow-related music in general? Sure. Yeah, whatever. I think there's a few. There might even be some songs that I use that are just sort of that are more like hymns that are used around Christmas time that don't even really have anything to do with Christmas, but they're just common. And so, but actually, now that I think about it, there's also just sort of that. There's at least one song. So in the mod, the Christmas mod I made, I gave credit to the person who did the piano music for the mod, and they had at least one song on that are put in there that it's not a Christmas song that anyone knows at all, but it just suited the style of the rest of the Christmas music I put in there. So yeah, whatever fits. And besides, you know, it's a fan mod. You can do whatever you want, dude. Oh, my coffee's nice and cold. That's how I know I've been working hard. Because my coffee sucks. Okay, I'm gonna make a quick detour to correct some of the images that I made in for tutorial 1, because I'm really liking this sort of sharpened, almost pixel art look for the world art screenshots, and I would like the other ones that I made to carry that same style. So, unfortunately, I think I lost my working file in the lightning strike this morning. So this is the one. Where is that? Open. very much appreciate the Half-Life reference. Hey, thanks, Doctor. Yeah. Gotta get that unforeseen consequences reference in. I should have figured you would have got it, Doctor. Unforeseen memes. Memes, the DNA of the soul. Finally, something we can all agree on. They shape our will. They are the culture. They are everything we pass on. Packets of cultural information. Richard Dawkins style. You're kind of not wrong, Ink. Lulls aside, you're kind of not wrong. Expose someone to anger long enough, they will learn to hate. They become a carrier. Envy, greed, despair. All memes. Oh, it's a Metal Gear Rising reference. That's funny. It's funny because I kind of don't agree with that. I think that humans and most animals that live, like aside from insects, that's really funny. You made Herc say that entire speech. That's hilarious. I think most animals that live in groups are prone to natural, horrible intentions, selfish intentions, and they have to get trained out of them to learn not to respond selfishly when they've been wounded, or whatever, or when they feel entitled to something. Just my 2 cents. And I only have 4 cents, so careful. Okay, I've taken a detour on this sign image long enough. You know, I was gonna post a picture of this ring in this sign, but the ring type can change every time you play it. Or the ring color, I believe, can change every time you play. Because, yeah, I think I've seen it be the gold and ruby ring before. Why don't I'm just gonna restart this, I'm gonna restart this trial a few times and see if it actually changes. Deadly traps ahead. That played the wrong sound. That played a gyrobot detection sound. Why did it play a gyrobot detection sound? That's not what's supposed to happen. Okay, this ring is silver again. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna restart 5 more times. I mean, this is actually a good thing if the seed is the same every time. No! I should probably make those doors not lock because I like the speedrunning strat to run in front of the boulder. So I think I'm gonna force those to never be locked. I don't know. I'm pretty convinced that that this seed is consistent. So that means I can have a picture of the ring, which is good. It's a good thing. I like it. Actually, now that I say that out loud, I need to test it from. I need to test it from like the main menu or something. So let's go to the main menu. Because I'm doing a restart map, it may be keeping the seed the same. I don't want to operate on a faulty assumption here. Okay, yep. I'm glad I checked. So I will not include a picture of strength. But I may include a picture of like our strength attribute icon. That would be a good compromise. I'm actually quite happy with this format, and I think this is a cool image for this. I think I'll leave the icon small. I've been missing chat over here. What made you smile? I think it was can't have the Ice Queen saying mean words on stream. I think that's what made me smile. So that's where you're hiding the scripts. I suppose so. I mean, that's the new folder for these scripts, because previously we didn't use scripts in this fashion. Go to bed now. Have a nice day. All right. Cool hanging with you, Ink. You have a good one. I'm pretty sure I just discovered that I accidentally fat fingered an apostrophe onto this. Yep, and that means it won't load the script properly. Alright, fixed. Gotta restart the trial though. So you can see with this sign, I'm once again trying to draw the user's attention to the WGT. And if I keep this language consistent, I think it'll be effective. Whenever you see like an all caps, like 3-letter chunk of text, that should communicate to the player that that I'm referring to a stat. And in tutorial 1, I described that you can view stats by going into the character sheet on the right side and hovering over them and pressing the A button to view them. And so by continuing the theme of referring to stats like this, I think what I'm trying to do is train the player to look at their character sheet when they want more information. I think, well, with that said, I just realized I have another opportunity to reinforce that. So instead of typing out strength and might, I can actually use MGT. There we go. And that way, we'll do highlight 2 on MGT 0, 1, 2, 3. And so we're gonna, by increasing strength. Oh, I need to load the scripts, obviously. Gain the MGT you need. All right. And then, so, well, what's MGT? Well, I go to my... Oh, wait, MGT is not a stat. It's STR. So stupid. I wrote another role-playing game where might... I use might instead of strength for my physical power stat. So I was just, because I used the word might before, I think that's where my brain naturally went. Okay. So now we're referring to strength as STR, which is great. We're pointing the player, and then I've actually used this STR icon to reinforce that. So if you're looking for this icon, you'll be able to find it. Strength bonus. Then you go in here and you look at this one, it says weight, and you can go see weight. Having this stuff standardized, especially the meta stats, is really, really nice. Okay, so now I just need to highlight this one up. Hey folks, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I've been on stream for like almost 4 hours, so I could use a little break. I think I'm drinking too much coffee and not enough water, so I'm gonna go refill my water as well. Hang tight. Really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Alright, folks. I'm back. I'm gonna put on some socks real quick. It's, finding the sweet spot for temperature in the summer when it's way too hot outside and you're not trying to overdo it with the air conditioning inside. I find that the sweet spot often ends up with me wearing socks. Anyway, I am back. Let's continue our work. And all we're doing right now is highlighting this push boulders sign. All right. Or scripting the highlights on this push boulder sign, I should say. just don't understand why this recolor isn't working. It's definitely acting more finicky than it was last night. I can't figure out why. Like, this one works. What did I do differently on this one? Highlight to color. Word highlights. Word highlights too. Oh, is it this? Oh, it wasn't that. That's odd. My error checker isn't showing me anything. I can see that this is off-white and this is white. Which shows that the recolor is working, it's just not pulling the right color. But I'm defining the right color right here. So I don't know why that's not working. So let me go up, see, okay, this is what I'm doing. And then this is... Highlight color 2. Highlight to color. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright, I just used the wrong syntax. Typical, predictable. Alright. Whatever. What are you gonna do? 0, 1, 2. I can get rid of that fourth highlight there. No reason for that. Don't need to highlight a period. How's the player gonna know what the sign means if the period isn't green? Okay. All right. On to the next sign. I think I want to do a video of pushing a boulder for that one, but we ain't gonna do that right now. I think with these test signs, I haven't been highlighting one except for in test 1. I had all trials have a final test highlighted, which I think makes sense as an exception. I just realized I was muted. I do like how this test plays, and I see a lot of players pass this one on the first attempt. But I think one of the things I'd like to do is to create 1-second delays on a lot of these triggers so that the player can hear the pressure plate being activated and then have a little bit more time to react as before the boulder comes at them. Let's fix this sign first. We'll go to the secret sign. Spoiler alert. And we're gonna need to fix this one as well. The funny thing is that is there a way to access this? I don't think there's a way to access this at the beginning of the trial. I think it would also be more interesting to be able to access this at the beginning of the trial, because if the player triggers this trap by like dropping a torch, which is all they'll have at the beginning, boom, then where did it go? I didn't say drop there, you nitwit. Then they would be able to bait this boulder out, and then they should be able to gain access to this room so that they can put on the life-saving amulet for the rest of the dungeon, of the tutorial dungeon, and actually survive a hit. And one of the things I've tried to do with all the secrets is make it so that if the player finds the secret before they do the final test, I want it to give them an advantage. I think it's just more fun to just be like, hey, congratulations, like that made a big difference in you winning this challenge. And I think not doing that is boring and dumb. And so I'm gonna go ahead and fix it. I wanna check this out. I can get rid of that. So yeah, I'm gonna fix the signs, this sign first, and then the secret sign. And then I'm actually gonna move the secret, just one tile to the west is all I gotta do. And that'll be as I wish it were. Let's leave the sign on screen. I would kind of like to have an icon here for the Amulet of Life Saving. Because the seed is different, I can't rely on the appearance of the amulet. And so, there just isn't really a life-saving icon. Like, the closest thing we have is that after life-saving is used, you get like a 5-second buff of flight. And so it takes on it does the flight icon, which looks very angelic, and that's cool. So maybe I could use that. I think I'll do that. I think it's just cooler than having no image at all. This is a pretty image light dungeon already. Angelic icon would work, yeah. Let's do it. Yeah, I thought about making a new icon for the Ankh or for Revive. I think I agree. Ankh is the correct thing to do. It's just for me the question was kind of like, well, where else would we use it? And you know, I don't mind making stuff just for this tutorial, but right now we actually do use the levitate icon when you're killed. I mean, we're kind of using it incidentally, but we're using it. We could swap it out for a new Ankh icon. That wouldn't hurt my feelings. I appreciate that, Sheridan. Yeah, absolutely. I just did a bit of a test to... 1 second here. A bit of a test to add triggered floor plate sound effects to this map. So I'm going to restart the trial and see how that goes. I needed to be faster about that. Okay, moving this room forward worked. That sound effect worked. I can now... Oh, I mispainted the floor a little bit here. Let's fix that while we're here. There we go. We gotta do this as well. Do a little more paint fixing here. I didn't do that one, so let's fix that. Let's go ahead and restart the level again. Good. I like that little delay with the sound effect. It just feels more visceral, more better feedback. That little sound effect is just like, something happened, something happened. That one needs a delay. cut another one that needs a delay, and I think I have one more even yet that needs a delay. Actually, no, that one's not going to get a delay, because if you're too close to it, it doesn't get the delay in this map. That's fine. Let's give it another restart. I think this time I'll play with the controller and view all the signs as I go, just as a sort of another verification. That's funny. I feel like somebody's underneath my, in my crawl space. Probably are. All right. All right. I actually think that we're done with trial 3 now. Like, I might come back and do some videos later, but you know, I've got pictures of boulders and. There aren't many items you pick up here, but the ones you do, I've added icons because they're items with varying cosmetics, and so having that inventory icon that I had in trial 1 and 2 just isn't gonna cut it here. I don't want to confuse the player with inconsistent visuals, so I think I'm gonna call it a day on trial 3, and I'll get started on trial 4. I'm certain. That I won't be able to finish that today. I'll have to quit for dinner in maybe an hour, but no reason I can't get started on trial 4. I'm glad I got that rearming moment in there in that trial because trial 4 that comes right after this has a situation where you can end up trapping yourself in a room if you drop food on the wrong spot on the floor. And I've tried to make that obvious with a texture, but now players should know by the time they get to it there's a reason why it does what it does. Okay, so let's do dump signs. Data scripts. I'm going to move that to tutorial 3. Wait, 4, tutorial 4. That could have been bad. Just instantly overwrite all of my work. That'd be fun. Let's not do that. And I think I've replicated all my relevant work from here. So I'll go ahead and start referring to this one. And then in tutorial 4, let's open that bad boy up. And then I also need to open the log file, which will contain this, which I want. Actually, I need to do a new. Okay. All right. So these are my new signs that I got to assign now in the editorial. Alright, I have successfully changed all of the signs to use a script instead. I mean, I say successfully, but I haven't tested it yet. So how successful can it really be? You be the judge. Alright, let's put this on the left so we know what we're doing. Alright, this is the appraisal and cursed items trial. Okay, so let's save it. And then restart to make sure that it's stuck. I think I might try putting a pedestal underneath those food items, or a table maybe, so that it's less likely for the player to be walking directly onto the pressure plates. Because I've seen it happen a number of times where players are walking around on the pressure plates and that door is going up and down and it's very confusing. And that's just not fair to the player. It doesn't make sense. I don't like it. I don't want it to happen. So let's put a table there. It's table time, yeah. Zero chairs, no item chance. All right. And are these tables facing the right way? They are. Good. South and east. Okay. Oh, one of the things I didn't mention is that I guess it's also the swimming and towels tutorial because the very first room, when you're hungry, in order to add a little bit of tension to the fact that you're hungry, I put the player in a situation where, you know, their hunger icon immediately shows up. I did that with some level scripting. And and then and now they have to do a task while they're hungry. And, you know, the idea being that, like, I've added a little pressure. You have to do something before you find food, as opposed to you're hungry and instantly eat food. going to do a bit of a combo image here that has bleeding, messy, and towel all on the same line. Actually, I don't even have to make a combo image. I can just put 3 image references here. That would be easier. Welcome back, Penguin. What up, Wall of Justice? Welcome to the stream. I believe I am winning. I'm trying to be a little too clever with this this towels sign, because let's face it, towels are really cool. Like showing all the status effects that towels can fix, I think would immediately help players understand how rad towels are. Especially for characters who don't have the Cure Ailment spell. I mean, that's quite a few status effects that it fixes. But yeah. I just realized I need to fix the font. Maybe I can put the images before the text. Let's try that. Might feel a little less jank. I haven't bothered trying out the movie stuff yet because I wanted to, you know, kind of work quickly through signs on the stream without having to educate and like capture footage and edit footage to get it looking good on stream. Or yeah, I wanted to do that in my own time. So, but I saw, Wall, that that the video stuff is in, and as I've been working through other trials, there have been multiple cases where I'm like, this is a good spot for a video. This is a good spot for a video. So yeah. Well, did you, by chance, I was wondering if you had done video clips yet, or we're going to? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try it out. I think I'd like to make the videos like slender cards, almost like how like a vertical phone video might be, and just be real specific about what I'm showing and make it a very brief little video. Like when we first talked about it, I was, you know, I like something close to a GIF I felt like would be close enough, although I agree with you guys that the movie is the better solution. So I'm really excited that we have that. Well, something else I've been encountering is that the second highlight has not been working still, even though I got a new build at around noon, I guess, about 12:30 my time. That was like, what, 5 hours ago? Did you get 5 hours of sleep, Wall? But anyway, so I've been continuing to like do the workaround of manually importing or assigning colors with every sign. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, thanks, Wall. I appreciate that. Just turn off hunger. Easy peasy. Towel's gonna go on bottom. Okay, that actually means that shouldn't be a big deal. Let's do this. Comma, towel. Okay, now we're gonna move the towel entry down to the bottom. Man, I wish that wasn't so tight. I mean, if I didn't use the easy mode of this right here, it wouldn't be so tight. It's funny. Twitch just told me welcome to the chat room. That's weird. Why are you doing that? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cheat by making this towel sign taller. Data, scripts, tutorial 4, towel sign, and we're just gonna give it. We're just gonna give it like, I don't know, 6 pixels. 74 by 80. Can you use... Yeah. I know, man. That's why I said I'm going to use a cheap hack to solve this problem. Because why not? I actually haven't used the line spacing at all yet because based on what you told me about it, if it works, it works, right? Yeah, if it looks right, it is right. I was going to have to do another like array, and that's just a lot of lines. It's a lot easier for me to just have the image file be a different size. It's one thing changing versus having all these lines be different, you know? And then we're going to dump cache. Did I get the size right? 80, 74 by 80. 80 by 80. Oh, let's just do that. Perfect. Alright, now let's put some highlights on this bad boy. Okay. Highlights. Set sizes to 0 to let the image display at its native size. Oh, well that's useful to know. Because I mostly don't want to modify that. So just to test like this. Yeah, that's ideal. I don't generally want to resize them, so I'll set them to 0 from here on out pretty much. Let's do it for those first 3 just to confirm. I was actually wondering about that. I was like, man, if the glyphs can display at their native size, why can't my images? It's like, well, they're images, whatever. Cool. Well, that obviously works. That's great. I won't bother importing images into Affinity anymore and manually looking up their size. All right. Got the shivers. I think it's because I have to pee, if I'm going to be honest with you. If that's too much information, well, it's too late now. Okay, where were we? Where were we? We were... I don't remember where we were. Oh yeah, I was highlighting. That's what I was doing. So let's steal some highlight colors from here. Make it easy only. Steal some colors. It's time to steal the script work. Do it once, never again. Okay, that's gonna be nothing. Towels can be used to 1, 2, 3. Nothing, and then 1, 0, 1. There we go. Boom, easy peasy. Can towels be used as whips when you wet them? You know, if we had a use with command, like on the towel, and then it triggered like a towel tooltip, and then you just like, I don't know, soak a towel in any potion, and then you could equip it as a weapon. Well, don't do this. Don't do this. This is exactly the kind of absurdist comedy that we want in this game. So you're not allowed to have it. Okay, well, that's a good sign. Maybe I should put green highlight on used. Why not? Let's do it. Let's do green highlight on used because I want to be explicit there that I'm saying you go through your controls to actually use it. It's nothing. It's not automatic or anything like that. 0, 1, 2, 3. Boom. It did not work. Why did it not work? Highlights. Second line. Third word. Used looks highlighted, and it's not. Oh, did I do this part? I didn't do this part. Let's do this part. We're doing this part. From font color to the bracket. All right. Now. I was noticing somewhere else that script entries was here. Yeah. For some reason, the dump signs command is putting script entries above the font colors. And that caused my font coloring not to work. So that might be something to correct in the dump command. Wall. Thank you. That's a good starvation sign. Oh yeah, we got the duck skill icon for swimming. Heck yeah, bro. I love ducks. They're great. Actually, I haven't used the skill icon on other tutorials. Now I'd kind of like to go through and see where the tutorial could benefit from these skill icons, because they're really cool. I know there's one in tutorial 1 that would be beneficial. Another sign done. Rotten food. Had to make that custom rotten meat sign. Not bad. Glad to have it. Actually, having the rotten meat background is a good thing. Or sorry, the cursed background is good. I might need that later in this tutorial. Appraisal skill. Alright, I used yellow here for the first time, specifically to connect to the unidentified color. So by describing not identified with yellow, I feel like it will cement the connection there. Let's restart the trial so that I can get a good look at exactly the condition of that bread. I feel like maybe instead of the appraisal skill image, maybe I should use the unidentified bread as the image for this. There's a lot going on with appraisal skill in this trial, so I will have another opportunity to use this appraisal icon. So I think I will go ahead and use unidentified bread as my icon of choice. So let's do that. Let's make that. So we've already done this red background. We need to do the yellow one now. Alright, folks. I've just finished, I guess, 4 of the signs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the signs in trial number 4. Excuse me. After starting the stream, I ran through trials 1 and 2 to show you kind of what I was doing. And then I put together trial number 3 and completed it. And then now I've started trial 4 and got a good, I don't know, quarter of the way through it. So I've got quite a bit of work left to do on this one, but it's getting close to dinner time for me and my family. So I'm going to call it a stream. Maybe off camera this weekend sometime. I'm probably going to learn how to make some videos and edit together my first ones and format them so that they're appropriate for the Hall of Trials signs. And I will, and so by the time I stream next, hopefully I'll have some videos in the game, and we'll be able to include that as part of my process next week as I continue working on all of the Hall of Trials signage. So, and not just the signage, of course, we're also improving these levels. I think that I think toning down the difficulty is smart. Having easier to skim signs is going to work out well. You know, having a sign that is more usable, that you don't have to keep clicking to read it all. I think all these things are going to make the trials way better. So I'm excited about that. Hey, Wall, are you here right now? Because if you are, I want to show you what I did on trial 1, if you haven't seen it yet. Go, he says. Okay. So, you know, all this you've seen, but I want you to see what I did in place of making a movie to help players understand the block attack rhythm. It's really the only meaningful change in terms of the layout. There's a couple more signs, so the layout changed a little bit there. So this is the block attack block pace sign. And then over here, I put a door here instead of a gate, and then a sign here that says, you know, go right to view the attack pace and go left to when you're ready. So then you open up this door and you see a bridge and a dummy bot, and then the skeleton comes out, and then you see him in real time what that rhythmic attack pace looks like without any challenge being in front of you. So that's what I wanted to show you. Because before this moment, there's like there's no chance you get to see an enemy attacking. And worse yet, the rats did not have an animation, and they were your first enemy you fought. So the first time you really got to watch an enemy attack something is when you're in the final test, which sucks. So this at least will be something. So, and then there's one rat here. Yeah, this mason skeleton thing. And then I added these skill and degradation signs here. Explode the skeleton when the dummy bot dies. I could do that. Honestly, one of the reasons why I chose not to is because it's sort of implicit that that skeleton might walk back through that gate and somehow ends up being the skeleton that you fight. I kind of thought that was a fun idea. Because they're identical, right? And of course, this is just a way easier fight now. You'd have to, I mean, maybe it doesn't need to be this easy. I could make his strength not as low as it is. But you basically have to be super, super dumb not to win that battle now. It's my victory spin. So there you have it. Alright, now that I showed that off to Wall, I am officially done for the evening. So thank you all for tuning into the stream. Appreciate you coming by, spending the day with me. I know this is a bit different pace. I've been doing a lot of scripting, and so you're seeing a text file, and I'm typing black magic into it, but getting results. So hopefully it's been engaging for you, and the work has been interesting to watch. Y'all have a great weekend. Happy freaking Friday. I hope you get some gaming and some relaxation in.